and I'd like to share with you about this. And I think I'm going to ask you regarding the strategies of revitalizing the local stories that I have recorded and translated and retold. And actually, I want to give it back to the community, right? So this is the story that I think is interesting. I think a lot of you know that we have some tiger species in the archipelago here of Nusantara of Indonesia, right? And then I went to some remote places. Well, I had to drive or ride my motorcycle for more than 1 hour or 2 hours to talk to the people who have been exposed to such fascinating stories. And yeah, let me tell you the truth about the Sunda tiger. So this is the real story that I heard from my research collaborator. So some years ago, my research collaborators from East Cirebon went to Gunung Kumbang uh, to have a special visit. But then there was, you know, a sad story. Um, the farmers one day found a dying baby tiger snarled and trapped. Yes, so she got trapped and snarled. So the baby tiger was dying, and then they buried it near the farm location. And what happened was afterwards was very shocking. For the 7 or 8 upcoming nights, the mummy tiger kept coming back to the village and terrorize the villagers. So the mommy tiger would growl angrily, scratch the door of every single door of the house in that particular village. So people were in shock. Okay, even though they have buried the um, the baby tiger, they felt that it was not enough. Well, well, actually, the trap was meant, for trapping the boar, not the tiger, because the tiger was said to be extinct 20, 30, 40 years ago in that particular area. And in one single event, the custodian and the elders of the village came together. They said that we had to run a ritual, a very traditional ritual, so that this can function as a, let's say, a resolution to the crisis. And they held this ritual, probably the Selamatan, where people got together. They said the prayers together as well. And then after the prayers was over, the mummy tiger vanished, never returned. So the villagers were in happy mood again. So in that particular case, the ritual, the prayers, the tradition was actually um, the resolution. That's the solution for the tiger and the people, and it just solved the problem. So I now believe that the society, I mean the community in that particular village has this, strong connection with the ancestors, and the tradition was the answer for solving the problem. So to be honest, I had this different conversation with my friend regarding the elusive nature of the tiger, the macan Jawa, macan Sunda actually, and the size can be very big. I mean, the elders say that the tiger's head could be 3 times larger than the water buffalo's head. If you go to Kakadu National Park, then you can see that the beak of the buffalo was very big, right? Very massive, and it can have this. extraordinary leap. I mean, it can jump 7 meters in one single bound, and in a lot of prohibited areas in the mountain, those tigers actually live and protect the areas. That's what the elder says. So this is actually the location where the story originated. Gunung Kumbang. Kumbang means leopard, actually. Um, this is where I live, near Sidaraja Coffee, and this is the Gunung Cermai or Cermai Mountain, the highest mountain in West Java, and this is Gunung Selamat, um, Selamat Mountain, also the highest mountain in Central Java. So, my friend lives somewhere around here. So Gunung Kumbang is between Gunung Cermai and Gunung Selamat. And in the past 1 year, I've been collecting more than probably 20 fascinating stories about the tigers, about uh, how the people live, because in the or ancient manuscripts of the Sundanese cosmology, these areas are called the Lemah Putih, the sacred soil. So very interesting. I want to know more about this. And there are still so many places here that I have not visited. Probably I will do more. I will have more visits later, next month. So that's what I'm doing, collecting local stories. And this is actually the summary of the story. All right, so this is what I did with the story. I was reconstructing the narrative using reading for emotion, to navigate the emotional movement, and also I reconstructed the same narrative using the traditional orientation and complication resolution normally found in the genre-based approach, used in school, and was using, let's say, comparative analysis generated by AI as well, and was trying to integrate or see how each model shapes my interpretation. And I think Anya was right. We have to focus on the disturbance, because even in the cosmology of indigenous Australian, navigating or exploring or identifying the disturbance is a key component in the traditional forensic skills used by the elders in the Australian outback. So if a boy or a girl or some people were lost during the hiking trip, without using high technology, our brothers and sisters in those outback regions can find the lost people using this ancient knowledge, using the, let's say, sophisticated navigation of finding disturbance on the landscape of the outback of Australia. So I think uh, we must also do the same in in our English literacy classes. Okay, so this is my short reflections, and this is the uh, architecture of my emotion when retelling the story. I think I wrote quite long in different document. So when I was retelling this to my family, I focus. We always have this, dinner table conversation with my wife and my daughter, and I was telling this to them that this story fascinated me because the tiger was, never found anywhere else in the last 40 years, but they suddenly came back to this mountainous area. So I think the focus of the story was about the agrarian harmony. The people living there have this ancient agricultural method, and then we have disturbance, we have dialogue, right? But I think from the local story I heard, the development was very unique. So when the mother tiger, when the mommy tiger was very angry and terrorized the whole entire village for 7 nights, it became a development stage, because this section sustained an engagement with me as a listener of the story. it also engaged me more in this stage. Um, Previously, I think we need to strengthen the dialogue, right? That gives a perspective to the problem. But from this local story, I feel that there's a heightened tension when the mommy tiger terrorized the whole entire village for more than a week. All right, so we had this resolution, the Salamatan, and then we have got the moral. I'm not quite sure if the moral was right or no, but maybe Anya can share a better moral. I mean, was this also happening in Australia where the conflict between human and non-human was solved by using tradition, because tradition means prayers and rituals, right? And then I think this is what I was doing. Um, Wait. So this is the OCR analysis. Every time I use the OCR stages, orientation, complication, resolution, um, normally I was not happy because in orientation, we can only see the establishment of setting, characters, and time in one single stage. Yes, it provides context for narrative, but not that detailed. But suddenly we have the complication, right? We've got the problem or the crisis. But since there is now the development, maybe the development is put here as well, the complication. But actually, if you go back to the reinformation model, there should be some dialogue and development. So um, the nature of dialogue is not only to put a perspective, right, but also to become a bridge between the disturbance and the hate and conflict that was found in the development. And we've got the resolution here. So I asked my daughter which story do you prefer, and she mentioned that she preferred the story generated using reading for emotion model because it gives us a clear idea what was actually happening in the village. But this one, the OCR stages that are normally used in school, was quite flat and not quite engaging in so many ways. So I think this kind of small exploration can be done at home with your children, with your husband, with your kid, right? And we never have this kind of this comparison in school. The texts are badly written, and then you're right, Anya, there is no process or processes telling us how to go deeper into the construction of the text. So I think when we talk about critical thinking, creativity, I don't think that those capabilities are ever reached in the school level. So this is the uh, comparison generated by AI as well. And I'm still reading this actually because I just finished the slide like last night, and then I also try to relate it with the VIMUC framework, where we can actually talk about um, the agency of the students, and then we talk about faith, right? I think ritual and traditions are also part of the faith that needs to be addressed in the school learning experiences, right? So I'm not sure. So based on what I'm doing, do you think then that we can actually revitalize such fascinating local stories for the purposes of uh, let's say doing some innovative work in ELT? And I was just wondering if you and Andrew could share some insights if we could do this, integrating the voice modulation with every single stage of reading for emotion, and then we can do it using different languages. So normally my students here speak three languages, right? So they speak their local languages, Sundanese or Javanese, and they speak Bahasa Indonesia, and they also speak English. But to my surprise, there are a lot of villagers that I met do not even speak Bahasa Indonesia. And then because they only finish, let's say, primary schools, and they don't go to, yes, some of them didn't go to middle schools or high schools. So maybe we can ask the villagers also to learn this multilingual verbatim approach with the information aesthetic stuff as well. I don't know, but I think we can do that because um, every time I check, the quality of the English text in the book, I'm not happy. We're not happy, right? So that's what I can tell you. So can you give us some comments on your end? Thank you so much.
I will comment very quickly. I'll just I'll do that. Just wait for a second. So I think that I would like, Lala, that you send me that tiger story, and I'll see what I can do with it.
Okay.
Another thing is that what I want to show you is this. So I really liked how you compared. So obviously, pedagogically, the reading for emotion, and when I talk about reading for emotion, I also mean aesthetics, right?
Yeah.
So I like how you compared the reading for emotion with a systemic, with a genre method. But so pedagogically speaking, they are different. The job
Yeah.
of the reading for emotion is for students to engage their primary comprehension systems, which are emotions.
Mm.
And so the learning happens, you first respond emotionally, and then you create increasingly sophisticated cognitive map of
Yeah.
the world on your frontal cortex, right? So the frontal
Mm.
cortex, the thing that is your brain, like
Yeah.
the modern brain, it's the capacity that we have developed as humans to not just respond emotionally, but create very sophisticated representation of the world. But it starts with emotions, right? And emotions help us to create nuances between meanings. So if you see your child not getting ready for school, you don't shoot it, right? You have a emotional responses. You say, "Come, baby, here. I know you don't want to. You want to stay with daddy. Well, we have to go to school, right?" So, yes. So you respond emotionally, but um, and then once you negotiate that emotion against other emotions and with others, you start mapping the world on your frontal cortex. So the pedagogy is different because we want you to engage your primary resources for interpreting the world, whereas what genre pedagogy wants you to do is to memorize structures. The question also here is that structures were not given to us. They were invented by writers, by authors. So when you reduce teaching to reproduction, you kill creativity and the possibility of children in playing with different structures and maybe, I don't know, doing something that breaks the pattern. At the end of the day, we didn't always play the music we play today. It evolved. So we need to allow for that freedom. So the pedagogy of genre as it is taught is constraining and actually restricting students. Is not actually about engaging in the process of, I don't want to call it writing, composition and feeling the story. But you have also, so that's my first point. So pedagogically, they aim at two different things. One is reproduction, the other one is production. So when you compared, you were trying to compare how the genre method would analyze a story and how would the reading for emotion analyze a story. I'll show you the example from NAPLAN test. NAPLAN is the National Literacy Exam in Australia. So there was a student who's written a text, and then there's a publication 2017 where two top linguists, SFL linguists in Australia, showed us the structure of a story. And if you, I'll make it small for you so you can actually see it on one screen. Practically, the story has only 3 moves. One, look how long is the middle, and there it is. So maybe for a linguist, it's a good structure, right? But remember, we're not dealing with linguists. Our students are not linguists. Our students are humans trying to make sense out of the world, right? And when you ask your students then to write a story, how are they going to write the middle here? And there's no advice. It is not broken. So much is inside of a story, dump or placed in under one single category, that if I were to teach my child to write, well, you just write an introduction and then you write that. And the kid would say, well, how do you write all of that? So just to show you what the reading for emotion does, sorry, I clicked the wrong button. Okay. Which one is it? None. So what the reading for emotion does, look at this. You've got a segment here. Then you have a segment here. Then you have a segment here. Sorry, I might use different colors, right? So this one, we might do gray. You see how it breaks down the story into different sections? Can you see it, guys?
Yeah.
Great. And then it has another one. So all of a sudden, this long story has a sequence of 4 moves, right? But because you can only have one focus, so then the rest has only 3 moves.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. All right. And then it has resolution and moral to the whole thing, right? And you can see that resolution is not indented. It's a response to the main disturbance and focus. So I just don't want it to be. Okay, so so you have a pyramid structure here, right? So I will just show it to you. You see the pyramid structure, how it starts here, the first element, and then it goes further and further, which shows you how text build coherence. This sequence wouldn't make sense without this sequence, and without this sequence, and without this sequence, right? And remember how you structure also academic texts. You set up the paper, you set up the main problem, and then you build in order to actually get to resolution. That if you see here, right, it's a relationship between resolution and the focus and disturbance here, right? So it has to respond to how you began your paper, how the story began. So you can clearly work with children on the main disturbance. And actually, if I were to teach someone how to write a story, I would actually first maybe want to ask my students to begin with the ending. What message would you like to communicate? Right? What moral? What message? Okay, so if they even come up with a moral, then we would work. So you literally start with the ending, and then maybe you will ask students to think out a context in which you could use to communicate that moral, right? So then maybe you can, in order for that moral to eventuate, you might ask, how would you set up a problem, which is the first disturbance? And then once they set it up, then how would you set up the resolution, right? And once you know how the story will end and how you set up the beginning to get to the end, then you can write everything else. And then this happened, and then that happened, and then that happened, and then that happened, right? But you know where you're going. When you get up from bed, you know exactly where you're going, right? When you set up your morning routine, you know exactly that you have to fall out of your house by 8 o'clock and be at your workplace at 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock or I don't know, whatever, right? You always know where you're going. So whatever actions you perform in the morning, the resolution has to be, I got to work on time. Moral, being on time is the right thing to do, right? So that's the reading for emotion doesn't set up a story that you already don't live by. It's nothing new. It's just worded. I just put it in words. That's all. So you can see that it has the same chunk being repeated. So that's how the story builds its coherence. That's what I'm saying. And you can see the coherence being built because the story is continuously punctuated with disturbances. Look. So it's the first disturbance is red. It's the main one. And then another thing happened, and then another thing happened, and then another thing happened. So that it's a lovely map because it can show to a child how the story worked. So, first, oh my God, mother died and, the family felt sad. And then he married a bad woman. And the woman was really bad to Cinderella. And then she made the Cinderella doing horrible things, and twist, twist, twist. And the moral is don't be a bad stepmother. Right. So that, and you can see that the story can be reflected just through its I don't think I have it here, but it's punctuated through those disturbances. I have here some sort of analysis here, but anyway. The problem that I wanted to point out in the paper that I'm writing, it's a part of it is already on my research guide, but is that when the linguists analyzed this story using the orientation complication, they misread the story. Also, NAPLAN examiners, the job of a NAPLAN examiner is to produce a fair assessment of a child. Well, the NAPLAN examiners also misread the story. As you can see, that the problem, I'll take you very quickly. The problem in the story is that whatever the girl wanted from her grandmother didn't happen the way she wanted, because I didn't expect my grandma to die though, right? So that's the main disturbance, that the grandma died. I mean, unless you are not a human being, you if you're not a human being, you don't understand that grandma dying is a problem. And linguists, because they don't use emotional analysis, they use structural analysis, they didn't see it as a problem. Grandma dying, they just went through it like as if it never happened. Consequently, they didn't really read the ending very well. So what the story's main disturbance is, I didn't expect my grandma to die, right? I am now in sorrow. I am in mourning. I am in trouble. And the story finishes with her, as a whole journey develops then, and she wanted to feel the presence of her dead grandmother, wanted to come back to her grandmother. Like when someone dies, you look for them. You trace steps, you look for them. So she, in her dream, did just that. She looked for them. And she found her. She was in the land of the dead. Because what she really wanted, she says, I wanted my grandmother back. So in her dream, she went to the land of the dead to feel her, to be back with her, right? And then there is this implied moral, whatever the moral is. If you look actually at the story as analyzed by SFL people, genre people, right? For them, the remarkable event starts when she's in her dream. She wakes up and she is in the land of the dead, someone tells her, right? So for them, the fact that grandma died was totally irrelevant. I have not met yet a student of mine or a colleague who would say that you can put that the grandma died. Oh, it's just by the by, grandma died. When my grandmother died, I cried for a week. And on top of it was my grandmother and my grandfather died together. So, I mean, I cried. I cried my head off. And yeah, so they just put it together. So look at this, emotionally, they put the grandma's death together with wanting to have boots. I want a toothpaste. Oh, my father died. That's all right. I just wanted to have this toothpaste very well. Like they don't, like, almost like they got so obsessed with structure, but they lost the meaning. And yet the genre pedagogy sells itself as meaning oriented. So it's funny. It is very funny. And then when the girl says that she finally is where her grandmother is, both linguists and the NAPLAN examiners deduce that the story finishes with a protagonist, which is the girl, dying. They actually interpreted it that the girl died. So when you write a song about feeling like you are dead, right, because you suffer for whatever reason, a genre linguist will tell you, oh, this song says that you died. I mean, there's not even a thought of metaphor, right? The concept of metaphor is just not there. So that's what happens when you are so focused. So they looked for a remarkable event. They didn't look at the complication. The complication is here. Look, things didn't go the way I wanted. I wanted grandma to give me her boots, but not this way. Not this way. This is a disruption. This is a drama, right? The price is too high. So I agree with you that there has to be a bit of, maybe we can publish it in some even a linguistic journal, if not educational journal, where we can actually, I have a few texts like this already, where, and I think in school, what you're suggesting, Lala, that doing this comparison analysis would be very good in school, because you're not introducing reading for emotion as the best method. What you're saying is, let's look what the two methods offer. And I think that when if we say, if we're genuine that we want our students to be critical, we cannot just subject them to, if there are alternative ways of analyzing a text, why not explore them? Different things for different people, you know? So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. I was wondering if Ut would do this comparison analysis in her PhD project later in Indonesia.
No, I have another project currently.
She does something else.
Mm.
What she will be doing, and I think that she will link with you and so on. I think that Sri Utami's role might be to interrupt what people take for granted. So when we have a collaboration between the university and the school, what Utami will do is ask, when the school will say, oh, well, we are overloaded.
Mm.
And this is what our analysis has shown in the project proposal. Sri Utami is preparing her proposal, is that a lot of things that teachers say are not examined, because sometimes people create fake workload. They shouldn't do so much for every lesson. You do it when you want to control all the steps. When you eliminate students' work, then you present yourself as the only working person. Then you have to prepare, and then you feel overworked, and the workload is high. And I'm not saying that it isn't high, but a lot of these things need to be interrupted. And I think that the role that Sri Utami will play is, as the university colleagues are engaged in the professional development with school teachers, that questions are asked about things that neither school teachers nor university teachers ask about. Right? So what processes do you have? What legitimizes these processes? You know, and maybe also offering access to some resources to both parties so that they can learn a bit more about what they say. But I think what Sri Utami doesn't have to achieve is a perfection. What the value will be is creating one or two interruptions that already improve some thinking and trigger maybe some more development on both parts, schools, teachers, and university lecturers. I think her job is to lead to dialogues that can offer support for both parties and also from each other, but also interruptions.
So, do we have time for Q&A? Yeah. Perhaps 10 minutes.
For what?
Q&A session with the audience.
Yes.
Q&A, question and
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
Interlining.
Any questions, everyone? We have Nindi here, a teacher from Brebes, Laut. We've got Nindi, my former student, who is now working in Brebes, and also, yeah, some of my former students are also here. Nindi, would you like to say something? Because you've been teaching for more than 2 or 3 years, I guess, in Brebes, right? Reza, are you there? Reza, hello, Reza.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, do you want to say something, Reza? Yeah, I mean, you always completed your research project, right? Would you like to give us a hint, a clue about your research? That could be interesting, actually.
Okay. I think I only want to talk a few minutes, sir.
All
Is
right,
it okay?
sure. Okay.
Okay. We know that today Indonesia is use uh, Merdeka curriculum as their curriculum, as our curriculum, and Merdeka curriculum also talk about mindful, meaningful, and also joyful learning. So when I analyze the text using reading for emotion and aesthetic, I expected the text helps students to feel connected to the stories and reflect on their own experiences. But when I analyzed it, I found that many stories did not create a deep emotional journey. For example, like the conflict was often simple, the dialogue
Yeah,
was limited, and the ending gave the lesson very quickly.
right.
So I think students could understand the story, but they were not always invited to feel the story. And
Mm,
in many cases, students can answer all the question
mm,
correctly, but they may not feel empathy for the characters to think deeply about the message. So the readings becomes functional.
yeah.
Students learn English, but they do not always experience personal growth through reading. And then I also found that simple language has two different effects. On one hand, simple language helps students understand the text more easily, but on the other hand, because stories are very simple, they sometimes lose emotional depth. There is less tension, and then fewer surprises and fewer opportunities for students to imagine or reflect. So simplicity becomes both a strength and also a limitation. And I think if I only use a normal textbook evaluation, I mean use Indonesian evaluation, I would probably conclude that the textbook is good because it follows the curriculum and teaches English. But when I use reading for emotion and aesthetic principles, I found that another layer. I could see whether the text helps students feel, imagine, empathize, and reflect. Uh, so it's so that there is still a gap between the goals and also the curriculum and the reading experience in the textbook. I think that's all from me, the stories that I got when I analyzed the text using reading for emotion and aesthetic.
Thank you so much, Reza, for sharing. Anya, your comments?
I have a student. With her, we're writing another thesis, and the title of her thesis begins with "Where is everybody?" Do you
Mhm.
know where the sentence comes from, the question, where's everybody? It was asked by Ulrika, whatever his name, Eric Fermi Labs, a physicist. He said, if the universe is 14 billion years old and the Earth is about 4 billion years old, so if we presume that there are other civilizations out there in the universe, let's assume they are there. So where is everybody? Where are they? So he asked at the conference, he got up a few times in physics. They had these moments where someone would get up and would say something like, oh, are you saying it's a big bang? No, and these things become an everyday's usage. And this time, Eric Fermi, he asked, so where is everybody? And I think that the comment the comment I want to make to this, I can't remember the name of a girl. Was it Ressa? Who was talking?
Ressa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to make a comment to her is, when you remove from a textbook text, when you remove the student, when you remove also the world of English, right? And it becomes just a raw text that children need to memorize, like in Australia, people work. And in Australia, they have shopping centers. And in Australia, I don't know, I haven't read those stories. But when you remove life, when you remove everything from the text, which is about life, including the student, where is everybody? So there is no English, because English doesn't live in the grammar. It lives in people's heads. And even maybe not in our heads, in between us, sort of like. So if you remove people, you have removed English. So the kids are not learning English. They're learning what Professor Andrew Lyon calls words, texts defined as words organized by grammar. There's nobody there. It's just skeletons. And that's maybe what happens. I haven't analyzed those texts in textbooks in Indonesia, but if this is how you felt, this could be a good question to ask. Where is everybody? The student is not there. The life in those texts is not there. So where is everybody?
So, very interesting. Thank you so much. Anything else, everyone? We have like 5 minutes left. Nindi, do you want to say something, Nindi? Hello, Nindi. Can you hear us? Or maybe we can hear something from Farah. Farah, are you still there, Farah? Oh, Nindi, said something there. Comment. So in Salam Berbes, people use Sudanese language as their daily language. I want to explore it for research. Can it be used as the basis for research on reading for emotion and aesthetics, Anya? Yeah, the local language we speak on a daily basis, the Sudanese language. How can we explore it using RFV and aesthetics?
We didn't understand. We didn't hear. Lala, can you repeat it slower?
The community in the Salam is an area in Brebes,
Yeah.
probably to others from here, speak Sudanese language. Um, so Nindi, my former student, who is now working as a teacher, want to explore the use of Sudanese language in her English activities, English teaching activities, but she wants to integrate reading for emotion and aesthetics. So do you think it can happen?
And using local stories. How about bring people back into the classroom? And if you have those local stories, like about the tiger and so on, now with AI you can translate it as well. Bring people back into the classroom rather than have these raw skeletons, you know,
Yeah.
artificial text in textbooks.
The students speak mostly in Sudanese language. So how can we strategically put them into, I don't know, priority? We have to foster Sudanese first, Bahasa Indonesia second, and English the third, or we can put them as, you know, in the first priority in the teaching learning, for example.
But the point is that you don't have to have English. I mean, there's nothing magical about English.
Okay.
The model is about semiotic systems, and how they impact on people's understandings. I mean, emotion is the root of understanding. It's the root of comprehension, if you like. And one of the problems with genre-based approaches is that they promote the genre. In other words, you look for certain features of text, and what we are talking about here, what Anya is talking about, is the complex connection in the meaning-making systems of people. Right? So I mean, if I'm sitting here listening to you, I feel things as I'm listening, and that is the normal reaction. It's certainly not the textbook meaning, the dictionary meaning of words. Now, I may know the dictionary meaning of words, but I relate and connect those things to me as a meaning maker. Maybe Anya doesn't like that term, but as a person that makes sense of things, and reacts emotionally to those meanings. So the meaning doesn't live outside of me. And as Anya was saying before, English lives inside us, not in between us, perhaps. I'm not sure about that. But that's another webinar if we're going to talk about where English lives. But certainly, meaning doesn't live in text. It lives in what we make of text. And I was going to say one of the things about not specifically about SFL, but about all of the systems that live in the world of linguistics, is that because linguistics is descriptive, they become compliance models where you have to have this appear and this term appear and that term appear, and they're specific textually based terms rather than aesthetically based terms or whatever other terms you're going to use. The point is, in Anya's words and Enrico Fermi's words, where are the people? Where are the students? You know, we always work as though, you know, we know things, and learners are kind of recipients, and we pretend not to treat them as recipients, but we continue to treat them as recipients. Whereas, in fact, what we need to do in order to bring about transformation is to bring about situations where their brains change. If there's a need for it, maybe there isn't. Anyway, I'll stop there.
So what you're saying is that the model applies not, I mean, to English, to Indonesian, to whatever, right? It's a tool. It's a tool for it's like a spoon. You can eat a Polish soup with it, but you can eat an Indonesian soup with it.
Right.
It may also be a different kind of spoon.
Do we have some technology to help us modulate the intonation better, Andrew, in different languages? Just wondering if we could have this, I don't know, Japanese, Indonesian language, English, or Spanish. Can we put them together for, I don't know, exercising the voice modulation so everyone can have this multilingual exercises?
I think the answer is potentially yes, but categorizing things too tightly sometimes removes the potential for feeling and for, but actually it doesn't, because the feelings actually come from somewhere else. They're not necessarily language based. We think language is the foundation of everything, or lots of people do.
Yeah.
Well, clearly language has a connection, but it's not the only place where we dig into feelings. And semiotic systems like intonation and so on are very much like language, and we can use them as triggers, but not necessarily as straitjackets.
Mm. Yeah.
So it's the combination in the context. It's all of those things that go together to make meaning, to help us construct meaning.
Mm.
That is what's needed. Wujan, you're gesticulating. Wu?
Hi
Did
everyone.
you want to
Yeah, I'm
say?
good. I'm just
Where
listening. I
is
just
he? I can't see
chatted
him.
with someone. Sorry. With someone
Okay,
there
okay,
you
okay.
can't see.
It's okay.
Okay, we'll say something worthwhile. Otherwise, we will finish the session.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't do any summary because there are so many meaningful discussions happening here. I'm just thinking from the very beginning, you mentioned, Anya, about mix or combine RFE and neuro aesthetic principles. I think this is a very big topic. I'm still thinking about it, and maybe we can have more meaningful conversations about this. So you talk about a lot of examples about how to use this to teach like a fable primary school students. So I'm thinking to, so in my project, I'm using this to teach university students. So their knowledge or whatever English level should be higher and could do a more abstract exercises or training. I'm thinking maybe we can do more like more than fable or other texts that can potentially be used to teach students, and also some activities that can be used to teach this for university students. But I'm still thinking. I don't have any answers for this.
So just to summarize, the aesthetic and emotional analysis are not teaching people. They are tools for triggering reflection on coherence of text. And as Lala was pointing out, when he used those tools, he noticed that texts were not coherent because what they lacked were, for example, the reason why the text was created to begin with, which is the disturbance stage, right? Or as Ressa was pointing out, there was no reason to even think of text emotionally because they didn't trigger anything in them. So the texts were artificial, were basically not human to human. They were, I don't know, whatever. So, but we need to think of the reading for emotion as and aesthetics as tools for triggering learning, not for teaching anything specific. Right? So we want people to, and that concern with learning rather than with teaching is not new in pedagogy or in education. It's not new. But somehow in education, we jump on bandwagons. And when someone feels that they didn't find the answer to focusing on learning only or mainly, then they go back to teaching. It's rather than working, so agree on the focus and work towards it, we drop the focus and we go back to what we've been doing for the last 2 million years. So the focus is on learning. And you as a teacher, your focus is your question is, have they learned the values? Because goals of teaching are always values. If you want your student to learn critical thinking, that's a value. If you want them to learn where to put comma in a sentence, it's a value. It's not a process. Pedagogy is a process. Everything else, all the objectives are values. They are empty words, right? You want someone to love everybody, right? That's a value. But what's the process? Humanity should live in peace. That's a value, right? Everything is a value until you come up with a process. So that's why, just wait, darling, I cannot think. That's why everything is a process. That's why you are, as a teacher, you're looking at whether the processes resulted in students attaining what your process was aiming for, not whether the students learned the goal. Now, baby, you are a critical thinker. I know, but so I think that we need to distinguish between learning and teaching. We're not teaching them content. What we want is for them to be able to analyze texts in order to work with them critically. Oh, and in your case, in other situations, maybe where they can assess how the text produces its coherence, for example. And very often text and it's very interesting because if you ask how do texts create their coherence, you then look into devices and you learn more about writing because you think to yourself, okay, so how did they do that? And you have, through these emotional and aesthetic questions, you can interrogate what devices the text was using to generate the coherence the way it did.
I have a different question, which is the educational world is flooded with workshops on how to write properly, right? You have, Paul Matsuda, you have, I don't know, my colleagues and so on. And by a mystery that is beyond me, they are never happy. We keep having more and more seminars on how to teach, how to write. And no one says, oh, we've finally done it. But for some reason, the answer to what people believe to be poor writing is more workshops. And I find this very interesting. It's a bit like the proficiency levels of English in ASEAN countries. Proficiency levels in ASEAN countries have not increased significantly in 12 years. If you look at the proficiencies of EF and TOEFL and TOEIC and IELTS, nothing has changed in 12 years. And we keep spending more and more money on teacher education and on repeating the stuff of traditional teaching and learning. Why is that happening? I mean, I just want to throw that into the conversation so that at some time you might ask yourselves that question. I think, personally, it's because we are not doing it correctly. We are stagnating because, by the way, we have not successfully taught, I don't know who the we is, whoever the English teachers are, have not successfully taught English for the last 200 years, 300 years, or whatever, however many years. I don't mean this in a bad way. I just think that we need to rethink and unstagnate ourselves from the models of education and learning that we're doing. I think reading for emotion is one of the contributions to that change. And amongst the advantages of that is that the people are at the center, as opposed to, we want you to learn to write a proper email or a proper essay or a proper this or a proper that. Now, we've shown with Lala's studies and with Lukman's studies that it is possible to bring about change if you break the models and do something differently. And we did it through a combination of reading for emotion and so on. In a way that made people happier. But we need to ask ourselves about our criteria for evaluation also. And that, I think, is part of the problem. And Anya talks about values, and again we have a question of values. How do we value products such as a piece of academic writing, a thesis, an email, or whatever? And these are key things. But one thing that I believe can help is to look at the level of satisfaction that people experience, happiness, if you like, or emotion, if you like, that people experience when they are subjected to what we might otherwise call good text. The notion of good text is going to vary from place to place. It's not going to be a single thing only, and will be dynamic in a way. The trouble is that your governments and universities and so on don't value chaos. They value order, and order means rules, regulations, and rubrics. Because they will say, well, if you don't have order rubrics, for example, how are you going to assess the falsifiability of an experiment? And there is an answer to it, which is you infer that from practice. But that's not satisfactory in the traditional discourses of research. But it is the reality. The reality is that we, as communities of practice, understand what good text is for us. Let's say intuitively. When I was, beginning my academic life, I wanted lots of standards around me. As I grew older, I became aware that maybe I don't need IELTS to judge whether you can come to an Australian university. Because I know that if you have IELTS 7.5, it's no guarantee that you will be able to function academically at Charles Darwin University or even in Thailand in English. No guarantee of that. It's the other things, the stuff on the edges, that makes it valuable in the end. The personal stuff, the emotional stuff, the interactive stuff, the one that you construct as you go along. And I would say to you, I can speak to you for 10 minutes and know if you can be in our system or not. So, all right, I'd better stop. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I think that concludes everything today, right, Anya?
Yeah, and thank you everyone who spoke.
Thank you
This was
so
so
much.
nice to have a discussion. Thank you, Wu. Thank you, Reza, Andrew, Nindi. Thank you so much, Lala.
Do you think we have to meet again next month, Anya? I think, yeah, we need to have this intellectual conversation all the time.
Yeah, we're
Next month,
creating
Anya.
with Wu, we're creating now resources for teaching, using emotions and aesthetics for teaching abstract thinking. That should be an interesting.
Wow. All right. I'm glad to be part of the learning process. Thank you, Anya. And
Thank you,
Baul
guys.
and
Thank you
friends,
so much.
so
Thank you,
much.
everyone. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.